What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the broadcast here let me get this ready to rock. All right. What's going on, guys? Welcome to Ralph Boyer Stadium. This is All Sports Best alongside Red Rocket Media. And tonight's broadcast is brought to you by United Property Management. Bertha Norris, you can get a hold of her at 575-725-1858. And if you have any properties that you need managed or are interested in doing something like that soon, please give them a call. So tonight's game is between a district rival in the Hobbs Eagles, and this is going to be a big one, Ruben. This is actually the biggest game of the year for the Cavemen, as they are sitting in a kind of a limbo right now. A win tonight would probably put them into the playoffs. A loss tonight will probably keep them out.
Yeah, that's a tough scenario, but you know what? I think it's better, at least you have a chance, than to just say, you know what, we're just playing for pride.
Right, exactly, 100%. Tonight's senior night for the players, for the cheerleaders, the dancers, and I believe the band as well. I don't know. I think cheerleading and dance go all year long, but I guess they have their senior night in every sport maybe?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Or maybe it's just football because that's like, most eyes are going to be on that.
That's the main one.
Yeah, maybe. So let's talk about it. 2-2 at home, the Cavemen have been, and 2-3 away. Their overall record is 4-5, and they are ranked 5th in the district out of 7 teams. Ruben, they beat Goddard, Cibola, Clovis, and Alamogordo, but they took losses to Artesia in a big way. Lovington was a close overtime game. Centennial was pretty good game. We went to that one in Las Cruces. Oregon Mountain was a heartbreaker, a must-win, good game, 30-12. This was last week. Coming off the bye week, they had rest. I feel like they're going to be still a pretty fresh team, only 2 weeks out from their bye week, Ruben.
Yeah, no, it should be, like I said, it should be fun. It's great weather. Don't have any baseball to worry about. The World Series is over, so
it's over.
We don't have any of that because I definitely would have been watching it on another screen while this game was going on.
Yes, absolutely. So here come the Cavemen with their flags, American flags and Cavemen flags. Cavemen tonight rocking all blue with the white socks and went back to the silver original helmets. I believe these helmets have their numbers and maybe CBAT on the other side, or the Caveman silhouette. I guess that's to be seen here in a little bit. But the original silver helmets are back. They got away from the matte black helmets that they had last week and a few weeks before that. I think they rocked those for about 3 different games. So what do you think that means? It's kind of like going back to your roots, Caveman pride coming into this Hobbs game.
Yeah, no, I think it's all about, you got Hobbs that's wearing black and gold.
That's true.
So I think wearing your traditional colors of gray and royal blue is fitting. And while we're not talking about football for a second, I want to point my eyes to the field house. And, man, that looks insane.
It does.
Inside, it looks like a college facility.
Wow. Yeah, I just saw it when you pointed it out, and it does. It looks great. Looks like there's not going to be really an entrance down the middle like it used to be. A lot tighter up close to the like that arc that comes in front.
Yeah.
And, you can just tell they used every square inch that they could to fit in as much as they could. We talked to Coach Sanders on the podcast, and he said that the laundry room is huge. They have 2 huge washers and dryers to get all the gear washed and all of that stuff. I don't know, practice gear, game uniforms, all of that stuff. And that goes a long way in sports. But, yeah, the weight room, as you can see it from right here, looks like they got it outfitted already, and the company came in and got everything set up. So Cavemen are going to be in good hands starting next year, I believe. It's supposed to be, I don't know, around Christmas time or something that they should be back in there. But,
yeah,
you can't really hold your breath on that.
Yeah, and I guess it doesn't matter at this point as the season is coming to an end. But I feel bad for the seniors, but everybody else is going to be able to use it next year.
That's true. Baseball will have a spot in there, I believe. Track might have some stuff in there as well. So it is going to be a multi-sport facility in terms of locker rooms and weight room and all of that stuff. Also some meeting rooms, like a film room that's built like a theater. So
where they've got like staggered, like the
Yeah, it's going to be step downs. What it used to be, especially when I remember whenever I was in high school, you'd walk into the football locker room. They had this big, huge like bench, kind of like a portable stands.
Right.
You know, you go to baseball games, stuff like that. But it was huge, right? It was like, I don't know, 10 or 12 rows high, and it would just sit up against the lockers, and then they would project it onto the wall. So that was still a pretty cool setup, I thought. But this is like a million times better.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And it's funny because you think about, like, you'll see on social media, and you got places like Allen, Texas, that have like facilities that are nicer than colleges and maybe even some pro teams. And it's like, oh yeah, we spent $40 million on this facility.
Exactly, 100%. All right, let's talk about some of the players to look for tonight. Robert Castaneda's had a great year for the Cavemen, 72.2 yards per game, receiving yards per game. And under him, right under him, is Eloy Lopez at number 2 with 42.9 yards per game, receiving yards per game. Brock Wright leading the way for the rush game, 62.4 rushing yards per game. And Ian Sandoval's back at it with the Cavemen as he came back. I don't know, his return was about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And he has provided a good second punch for the Cavemen at 42 yards per game. But we're going to take a quick break for the national anthem and be right back. All right, guys, a highly anticipated game between the Cavemen and the Eagles out of Hobbs. Last year, the Cavemen took a loss to Hobbs in Hobbs. And, of course, this year trying to kind of get things back in order if they can get the W this year. Last year, Hobbs went to the playoffs, and the Cavemen made it to the playoffs as well, right? They played against Farmington Farmington, kind of squeaked it in. This year, they're hoping to do the same, just squeak in. If they make it in, they're not going to host a game. We know that. So this is the final home game for the Cavemen. So we'd like to see a lot of people here. Pretty good crowd, pretty decent amount of people in the stands. We hope that more trickle in throughout the night. If you're listening and you're thinking about you're on the fence maybe, we'd love to see you come out and check out the game here in person. Something to keep an eye out for. Kaysen Perez has broken the passing touchdown record. It was 25 passing touchdowns in a season. He has 26 now. So tonight he's going to try and tack on more. If you pay close attention or be able to watch this game, you might see something that might not be done again in a while. You just never know. So really a cool thing for Kaysen and the Cavemen to be able to put together a season that is going to go down in the record books. We see Coach Norman on the sidelines. Coach Norman was on the podcast with Coach Sanders and I, and he had a lot to say about what his O-line can provide. Very confident in his team, and they feel the same way. So a fearless O-line. Here comes the kick from Annanins. Deep, and this one's going to get into the end zone. So a touchback. Great job by Annanins to get things started. I talked to him today. He said, we're locked in, and we're hoping that that's very true. The field goal and extra point difference that it makes throughout a game is huge, and we've seen it actually affect the team a couple of times this year in a big way.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That game
Morgan Mountain was the biggest one.
Went into overtime.
On offense, 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line.
So their quarterback is a Carlsbad kid, right? Brock Beatty.
That's right. Brock Beatty is leading the squad at the QB position, number 13. And we're going to see what a pass-heavy offense. And here's a deep pass for the Eagles, and that's for sure going to be a pass interference.
It's funny how, because the defender throws his hands up like, what did I do? I just fell on him.
So Rio Sanchez was the defensive back interference, 15 yards for Hobbs to start this game off.
Of course, a play like that is not as bad as in the NFL, because in the NFL it's from
point, and we'll see if, if they're going to go back to a play like that. If he makes that catch, though, it's much more damage than what just happened.
Right.
So,
sure.
I mean, if you feel like that's going to happen, he might have made the right decision. We'll see. Here's Beatty. Good spiral. Interception for the Cavemen to start things off. Rio Sanchez redeems himself on the very next play. So for those kids out there that are like, dang it, I just made a mistake, you keep your head up. Something big can happen. Rio Sanchez, great example there.
Well, that's
Cavemen going to take over at a great spot.
Yeah, that was great concentration, because that other guy deflected it and it went right into his hand. So if he's not paying attention, then he's not getting an interception on that one.
So Cavemen really hoping that they can key in on maybe Beatty having a little bit of nerves coming to Carlsbad. He's from Carlsbad. Maybe that could factor in tonight. But, yeah, right there, right away on pass number 2 of the night, play number 2 of the night, Cavemen come up big defensively. And now here comes the O-line, led by Coach Norman, Kaysen Perez, and Brock Wright next to him in the backfield. Fakes the handoff, fakes the pass. Here it comes over the top to Castañeda. Looks like he caught it. Are they going to give it to him? I don't see it. They're waving this off, saying it's an incompletion. But Castañeda is definitely adamant that he caught it. To me, from my angle, it looked like it hit the ground. What did you see there, Ruben?
See, I saw Brock Wright getting the handoff, so I wasn't even
you were
watching
lost
the play.
completely.
Yeah, I was completely out of it. I was like, what the heck's going on here?
All right.
So, yeah, I didn't see it.
So we don't have a second pair of eyes on that play there.
No.
11 minutes, 42 seconds on the clock. A pretty cool opening play there for the Cavemen's offense. And Perez puts that one about 3 feet higher, and Castañeda might have had that one. Here comes the handoff to Wright, and he's a force to be reckoned with, about an 8-yard gain.
Yeah, they're like, you know what, we better forget about the receivers and worry about this running back.
Yeah, so
he just barrels into you.
That's what I love about the offense this year as opposed to, some of the years past. Last year was a little bit more of integrating passing, but this year you got to be worried about both, and both are very good. Both are extremely good, and they're putting yards together for this offense. 11 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock. Perez gets the snap in the shotgun, fakes the handoff to Wright, and gets smoked behind the line of scrimmage. So that's about a 2-yard loss for the Cavemen, and it's going to put the field goal team on the field. And it looks like they are going best 11 on the field for special teams. We see that Colton McKibben out there blocking on the outside. So they're just saying, look, we got to do everything we can to get these kicks off. And this is an important field goal right here to start things off. And that was not even close. So another bad go for the special teams. And that's tough to watch. So Hobbs basically starting from 0 once again, brand new game. And you just try and see what the body language is here from the special teams. And I'm not really picking up what went wrong. If it was just a bad kick, I don't know, but
yeah,
the snap was good.
Yeah, the hold could have been like off just a little. I mean, so many little things that could happen, but either way, we didn't get the 3 points, so we're going to have to play some defense now.
All right, well, that is definitely tough to watch. Coach Norman over on the sideline, Wright was the answer, but here's a nice play.
Well, that was kind of unusual. Beatty turned, and there was nobody there. And so either he turned the wrong way, like you said, it might be nerves, or maybe somebody, got the wrong play, because there was no running back that was coming to the ball.
Sure. It looked like number 88 got banged up on that play. That's Augustine Venegas. he's a big part of this defense, so you hope that it's just maybe kind of a stinger or something into the thigh that's bothering him, because he is a large part of this defense. He's all over the field, and the Cavemen really can need to keep him healthy if they can. 9 minutes, 52 seconds on the clock, and 2nd and 11 for the Eagles. Beatty gets the snap, hands this one off. This one is going to be taken about a yard gain. That was by number 8, Omarion Kennedy.
About to the line of scrimmage, it looks like, the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, we're going to see where they place this one. Yeah, and that is going to be about the same. So 3rd and 10. Scoreboard says 3rd and 11. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, they didn't really get much on that one at all.
Should be a pass play. Looks like they got trips on the right and one on the left. So you got a lot of receivers out there.
Going to be short a couple of yards, and this is going to bring out the punt team, unless the Eagles are going to go for it here. A risky play if they do.
Looks like they're going for it.
And they are going to do it. And they're going to do it in a quick fashion here.
I'm saying it's a run play.
I'm pretty sure I was told the band is not supposed to play when we're on defense, but I guess that's out the window. And Hobbs with the quick punt from Beatty, and this one is going to put the Cavemen on the 49-yard line. So good spot for the Cavemen as we get things going once again. Now, this year, like I said before, one of the biggest stories for the Cavemen has been Kaysen Perez and his wide receivers. This year, his top receivers have been honestly in different forms every week, right? We talked about Richard Hernandez, the last home game that we had. He was a phenomenal piece of that win. And then, you know, obviously we've got Eloy Lopez, Bobby Castaneda. And, I mean, these guys can put a good game together.
Was there a penalty that we didn't catch? Because they stopped him at the 49, and now they're at the, what, 36? Yeah.
Must have been an unsportsmanlike.
Something like that. That's what, I guess we weren't paying attention and didn't see that.
9 minutes, 6 seconds. Sandoval and Wright in the backfield with Perez. Wright gets the ball here. He's going to get some solid gain there, about 3 yards to start this off. And his lead blockers had me fooled a little bit. I thought they had the ball.
I can't say nothing.
Right. So the head coach for Hobbs is Ken Stevens. He used to coach here in Carlsbad years ago. Well, we got a quote from Josh. Texted him earlier this week. He's got some room to move. Easy first down and some. About a 22-yard gain there for Sandoval.
That was a solid run right there.
And that's what you hope to see out of this running back core. 2 options that are brutal to defenses.
I feel like neither one of them are super fast, but they're super powerful. You know what I mean? Like you're going to have to really gang tackle them to get them down. You can't just, you know, arm tackle them or something.
It's fun to watch them just kind of like challenge defenders. And here again, this one right, but this one right back to the line of scrimmage. So no gain there. But a rarity to get stopped. Like I said before, Brock Wright's been averaging about 63 yards a game, and Sandoval about 42 yards a game. So when you put that together.
Yeah, and it would be a lot more if we weren't such a passing team.
Right.
You know what I mean? If we were more of a running team, then it would probably be at least double that.
Well, we saw it with Ulysses Mendoza, and I mean, it was heavy. So here's Perez. Nice pass over the middle, and this one's going to be about a 5-yard gain.
Who was the running back that we had that was super quick, too? Remember? He wasn't a very big guy, but he was fast. I can't even remember his name.
Eli Acey was very good.
Yeah.
That was a catch by number 17, Richard Hernandez, by the way. So about a 5-yard gain. First reception of the game for Hernandez. 6 minutes, 55 seconds. In terms of touchdowns on this team, Castaneda has 12, Brock Wright has 8. So, I mean, that kind of goes to show you the balance the Cavemen have, too. Passes from Perez on this drive, and Cavemen are going to get a first down, moving it.
They had me nervous on that one. It looked like that guy was too many players on the field. Didn't it look like he was going to run out of bounds? That's what it looked like. And then he turned in, and then the other guy did a couple of motions, and I was like getting nervous.
6 minutes, 20 seconds. Bettis looks to pass again. This one batted down and taunted a little bit by number 15,
15's a big guy.
Wheeler.
Yeah.
Amron, is that correct?
Amron, yeah.
Okay.
Amron Wheeler. Defensive
So, yeah,
end.
kind of did like one of those things where you act like you're going to punch somebody, you know, that kind of thing.
6'3", 200 plus sophomore.
Yeah,
So
10 here at the 30-yard line. Another great opportunity for the Cavemen to score. They have to feel a little bit nervous about their special teams. Good pass
nice.
on the move. This one to Castaneda, and that's going to be a first down. Great job. And you know when you get the ball over to Castaneda uncontested, it's going to be a good thing for the Cavemen.
Oh, yeah. It looked like he was pretty open, like he got himself open.
He did.
And Kaysen just found him in the open field.
I think I really like that about him. I've seen quarterbacks in the past where he's got an option, and then if that option's not open, he's going to run or he's going
to throw it away just to, yeah.
But he really does like a catch on this drive alone, already with a solid roll in his first quarter. 5 minutes, 27 seconds on the clock and ticking.
I feel like we got to get touchdowns instead of field goals just because this team looks like they can strike in a hurry.
All right, so Bettis back in. Hands it off to Wright, and Wright trucks to be close.
Yeah, they might have to measure it.
We're going to see if they drop the chain or
They're
not.
going for it, look.
If they don't drop the chain, okay, they don't. All right, so here it is, Wright again.
Oh, he got it.
And this one about 3 yards there.
Oh, I guess they did give him the first down.
They gave him the first down. You almost kind of wish they didn't, because then he's got now fresh set of downs with just 2 yards to go. So will the Cavemen go with the tush push? We'll see. 4 minutes, 40 seconds. And Brock Wright again. I mean, he's the answer right now.
Get the arms up.
4 minutes, 37 seconds, and the Cavemen have scored the first touchdown, their second scoring attempt. This one comes through good. And now here comes a little bit of nerves, to be honest with you, if you're a Cavemen fan, for the extra point.
Oh, no. I think they just were off to the side, and I think he'll get this pretty smooth.
All right, so a quick step. So that was something that Annanins had mentioned to me today. He said on the extra point, we're not really going to take too much time. He said he's going to take a two-step approach and just get it through. And so at least on the extra point, we know that when it comes to field goals, you need a little bit more time to get your, steps through.
Get a little more on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you can't really do that, 25 yards and out,
Yeah.
But with an extra point, if he can keep something like that going, the Cavemen will have a good shot at an extra point each time. 7-0, the Cavemen lead as we get this thing.
Because it's straight up. I think it would still have to be.
No, it's definitely lights out on the top. The 0 was blanked on the top as well.
Maybe they think it's a soccer game.
One of the things that's been changing around campus is the lighting. It's going to be coming to the football field very soon. It should be ready, I'd imagine, by graduation and all of the stuff that happens, in the second semester. But the softball field has, I think, equipped their entire field now with the new lighting, which is, I don't know, what would you say, Ruben, about 15 feet higher than their old lighting. Be in the middle of one. Another touchback, so he's having a good night on the kickoff for his 2 attempts. And the extra point was good too, so we want to see this special teams really get into the swing of things as we get excited for tonight's game. So Cavemen put the points on the board first, and the defense is going to come out trying to swing away again. They've had 2 successful stops. One was a turnover.
So what's tonight? Like usually there's a
Tonight is pajama party night. You can see the Cavemen wearing questionable pajamas, to say the least. I don't know what that is, but pajamas, I guess.
Is that Trey down there?
Yeah, Trey Castaneda out there shooting T-shirts, and I mean that thing went about 60 feet in the air.
Yeah,
and here's the first run of this drive, and it looks like it's going to be a first down. That one, solid start for Hobbs. That was number 8 in Kennedy, a senior for the Eagles. But I was looking at their stats, and it shows that their rushing leaders is Seamus Wright and Junior Madrano. And I don't know if this guy came in late or I just got bad stats, but it looks like he's going to be the top guy for them on the ground. All right, so here again, a fake handoff, and Beatty's holding on to this one. Looks like he's going to get a first down and some, about a 15-yard gain for the Eagles, even if the Cavemen can win it. If not, and that gives them 12 get in. I confirmed that today.
Four buys and then the first round, right?
Yeah, so here again goes to Kennedy, and he gets about 5 yards on the play. So 12 teams get in right now. I looked it up, and according to Max Preps, which isn't a fully reliable website, you know, it does its best to get close. Cavemen are ranked at 14th in the state for 6A, and only 12 teams get in, so they're on the outside looking in at the moment.
Definitely a must-win game for them.
Yes. You know, we talked about some of the things that they look back at on the year. You can't really look back and dwell on anything, but if you did, it'd have to be Oregon Mountain.
Yeah,
that was the toughest loss they've had. Here's Beatty again with that's a pass way short.
Yeah, that defender was trying to get around him so he could maybe go after the ball because the ball was, 2 yards short of him.
So it's going to make it 3rd and 5 here for the Eagles. Cavemen have another opportunity to force them into a punt situation or put them in a 4th down pressure. And you can see on the Hobbs sideline, they've got a TV. They're looking at stuff as well. And so it's just crazy how big technology plays a role now as opposed to, I don't know, 10 years ago even. So here's a handoff again. No, it was a fake, and Beatty had the ball the whole time. Stayed cool, calm, and collected, but then Cavemen stayed on it. Good job by them. The defense stops them at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 4th and 5.
They weren't fooled by the starburst on that one.
Not even a little bit. So we got to talk about the turnaround of a year the Cavemen had. I mean, I know that right now they're sitting at 4 wins, hoping for that 5th. But last year they had 2 wins on the year, and they got outscored last year 338 points to 167 points. This year,
huge.
They've outscored their opponents 278 to 254. So if you're talking about
they're going for it on 4th down.
It's a big one. And there's a
first
down for sure, but will he say he was in?
Oh,
he
I thought
is
he was
in.
out of bounds.
So that's a good, solid 20-yard gain there. And, yeah, they're saying it's going to be a first down. It's going to be a catch. But referees, it looks like, are talking about it at the moment.
It looks like a penalty flag on the ground. Holding, maybe? Let's see what they call. It must be holding because Hobbs is coming back.
But it looked like the Cavemen coaches were waving it off or something.
Well, I thought he was out of bounds on that side, but of course that referee's a little bit closer than we are.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we have the left for the Cavemen, as that's going to be a 10-yard
for it.
Well, we saw what the punt looked like last time, and that would only make sense, I think, right here, but we'll see. Yeah,
he is punting.
Step back a little bit more. This one has some over-the-top tumble, but the Cavemen still get a good bounce on that one. It's coming back, so Hobbs goes ahead and touches that one, and that's going to be put down on the Cavemen's 28-yard line. So Cavemen pinned as far back as the Cavemen can go the length of Hobbs' defense.
I feel like it just gives Kaysen a little more room to move around in the pocket and find his receivers.
More options.
Give them a chance to flourish.
I will say, we talked about the O-line being the most underrated players on the field, and it's super true. Like,
for sure.
We don't say, wow, what a great pass. Good job by the O-line. Like, we don't talk about it enough. But he's had time tonight. And look at this play here. I mean, a lot of that's done from the O-line, and they wear shirts. It starts up front, and I really like the fact that it's a positive, message, and it also gives the O-line their own kind of, I don't know, piece of chemistry.
Yeah, the O-line, the only ones I can think of is like Taylor Maturko, right? And Gonzalez was he?
Tylen Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I mean,
those are two guys that, of course, playing at the next level.
Well, that's easy because they're the only ones playing at the next level.
And they're big guys, yeah.
Right. A minute 56. Perez hands it off to Sandoval. Sandoval staying patient.
Trying to get around the corner. Oh.
And doesn't get loose. So he's going to lose about a yard there for 3rd and 8 here. No, 3rd and 7. All right. So Hobbs last beat Oregon Mountain 56-6. That's a team that can get hot offensively. They can put points on the board. And right before that, they scored 63 on Clovis. So if we're talking about an offense that's hot, this is an offense that's hot. But, you know, Cavemen have been able to contain them so far. And, of course, fingers crossed they can continue to do that. Perez in the backfield with Sandoval. He's moving to his left side. Looking downfield, looks like he's got a guy. That is Hernandez again, and that's going to be only about 3 yards. No, putting that 1 yard. So a 1 yard gain on that reception. And he really didn't have much room to gain anything, even if he wasn't, you know. So here comes the punt here. As we remember last year, Sandoval had about every role on the field. He'd go out for passes. He'd be the running back. He'd punt. He'd do kickoffs. And here's a solid put the ball in and a heads-up play. Not because if you touch that ball, if you grab the ball and you go into the end zone, I think it's still teams, and that has to be a big, proud moment for Dadding. That's the best punt I've seen this year on any side.
I bet it was about a, 65-yard net?
It could have been, yeah. And as Daniel Cotto would say, he knew the assignment. I don't know if he says that. I just wanted to say that. All right. 50 seconds on the clock. And Beatty can run. Big dude at quarterback. So what is he listed at? And the Cavemen are going to have some time to talk here. And we'll see what they're doing. I guess they're going to measure it out to see if it was a first down. So it's kind of like a free timeout for both teams.
Oh, no, they're measuring. Yeah, they're measuring it. Yeah, the other teams, like, we're lined up ready to go. We're not taking a break.
This year, Hobbs has scored 336 points and have allowed only 275 points. So solid year for Hobbs and putting up points, no doubt about it. Last year, the game between Carlsbad and Hobbs was 35-12 in Hobbs' favor. But the connection between brothers has been a story this year. Brock Beatty connecting with Braddock Beatty. Braddock Beatty averaging 56.6 receiving yards per game. So he's the lead to get the stop on. And it looks like, and Cavemen, after one frame, 7-0.
I feel like so far I'm more impressed with our defense than our offense. I mean, we've had favorable field positions a couple times. Of course, we missed a field goal, but our defense has shut down, like you said, an offense that scores 63 points in some of the games, and that's
it was Clovis, but yes.
Yeah, but still, you just said the other one was Oregon Mountain, and it was what,
56.
Yeah, so
that's true.
So between those two games alone, that's an average of about 60 points. That's pretty good.
It is pretty dang solid. Now, what we really hope to see is the Cavemen can push through and the offense can put up enough points to not have to worry about the fact that we missed that field goal, because we've seen it happen before. Of course, it's early in the game. You kind of try and forget about it. And then, as things go on, you can make a difference in that. But we're really hoping that that doesn't come back and be the decider
that
here
it
tonight.
Doesn't become a woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Exactly. So, Hobbs has had a pretty impressive year offensively. Here are the wins that they've had this year, how much they've scored during wins. Oregon Mountain, 56. Clovis, 63. Alamogordo, 49. Parkland from El Paso, 41. And against Artesia, they beat them 44. 44-40. So, when they win, they put up big points. If the Cavemen can contain them, that might be the way that, you beat them.
If the Cavemen can keep them scoreless.
Well, that could help a little bit, too.
Yeah, that would definitely put a W on our. That's tough on the defense.
But yeah, I'm looking at a lot of these wins, and with the exception of the last two, even when they win, they've given up 40, 37, 21. So it's an offensive shootout.
Yeah.
When they get hot. All right, so Brock Beatty back in the shotgun. 3rd and 3 here for Hobbs, and he's going to hold on to this one.
Penalty.
Looks like a flag on the play. What that'll be, we'll see.
But let's
Somebody
guess.
grab him by
Holding?
the collar, maybe.
I want to say holding. Of course, that's
I was
just.
going to say the flag was out there pretty quick as the tackle was about to happen, so I don't think it was on the hit, but.
It looked like it was on Hobbs.
Okay,
yeah.
so it is. So that is a large part of what the defense has been able to do. They've capitalized on the penalties. Of course, penalties happen. We've seen it happen. Artesia had tons of penalties, but every time that their back was against the wall, they'd find a way out of it. If the Cavemen can capitalize on mistakes on Hobbs. Brock Beatty with a deep pass. This one is caught.
Oh, nice tackle.
And lucky for the Cavemen, number 28 got a hand on him, and that's Renson for the Cavemen.
Okay.
But if he doesn't grab hold of him, that's easily a touchdown. So Hobbs with a monster pass there, and that was a perfectly thrown spiral downfield.
And that was a long pass, too.
Good arm on Beatty. All right, 10 minutes, 40 seconds in the shotgun. Here's the fake handoff, and Caveman going to have to start anticipating that more and more as he's held onto this ball more than he's handed it off, I think, tonight. Yeah. Or it's close, at least. So they pull him down at the line of scrimmage. Still quite a bit of field to cover for Hobbs. 10 minutes and 12 seconds here. It's 2nd and 8. 2nd and 9 for the Eagles. Tonight, my over-under prediction coming into this game on that rush attempt, still going to get him about 4 yards on that play. Going to make it 3rd and 5, but it looks like it might have been like a non-contact injury. We'll see what the running backs. Looks like he's kind of having a hard time coming off. You don't know if it's cramps or
well, hopefully that's all it is.
A twisted ankle, yeah. This year's World Series MVP, Freddie Freeman, had one of the greatest performances in a championship series we've ever seen. In World Series finals, you know, Super Bowl, I mean, that was up there with the best. Here's Beatty. Again, looking downfield, and he's going to hold on to this one. Can the Cavemen stop him? Yes, they do. Just short of the 1st down. So will the Eagles go for it? I would imagine they do. Cavemen are going to have to really key in on Beatty again. When they come up and they need some short yardage, he's been the guy they've looked to.
Yeah, he sees the field really well and just finds the opening.
8 minutes, 55 seconds. In the shotgun again. Beatty at a normal depth, so he's not going to punt this one. Obviously, we didn't think he would. And again, stopped. So is that going to be a Caveman turnover? We'll see.
I want to say it's a 1st down, but it's going to be real close.
It might have been. So they definitely made it to where you can't tell because it all happened right there at the chain. Yeah, they just
run into the guy with the flag.
And it's Caveman ball. Turnover again.
Turnover
Caveman defense throwing the blue on their back tonight. So Cavemen trying to make their fans proud. And if you're watching this now and you're in town, you just got off of work, you got something, you know, you got nothing to do, come on down, without a doubt.
Still a lot of ball game left, and
yes,
got to get some drive going on this one.
8 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. 7-0 the Cavemen lead, and Perez is back with one back with him. About a 2-yard gain there as Perez held on to it. And sometimes you just don't know what's going to come of a Kaysen Perez rush, because we saw it in Cruces when they played against Centennial. you just kind of see things happening, and then all of a sudden, wait a minute, our quarterback's got the ball, and he's got about a 40-yard gain.
Yeah.
So he has that ability. It's not common, but his running backs definitely open up different opportunities for him on fakes and things like that. 7 minutes, 58 seconds. Bettis.
Ooh.
Risky pass there, as that was intended for number 4.
Everything in a receiving core, but yeah, we haven't heard the
Mix here. That would be huge. I mean, you add him back in. He's got lightning speed. The Cavemen can become even more dangerous offensively, and Bettis in the backfield looks like Wright is an option on the pass game. Here's Castaneda. He's got room to run. That's a first down and some. He's going to get to the Hobbs 40-yard line. Huge play there for the Cavemen.
That's typical Castaneda in the open field, huh?
Yes.
You know what I mean? He knows how to get extra yardage.
Castaneda with great hands and great field vision when he has the ball in his hands, and that is a huge play there for the Cavemen. So 1st and 10, 7 minutes, 50 seconds here in the first half remaining. Coach told them that they can hang out and go work out in the field house if they get this win. I'm joking. I'm sure that's not allowed, but but hey, what kind of incentive is that? That'd be cool. The first ones to work out in the field house if you can get the win. So 2nd and about 6 here for the Cavemen. They continue to move the ball down the field. So they've got this one on the 37-yard line.
I'm still interested to know about the play clocks. How come they haven't run all
Yeah, I haven't heard much about it, and I don't even see the – oh, there they are. Okay, I was going to say, I don't even see the play clock on this other side.
No.
They used to have one on both
side.
end zones, but that one's gone. So right there, tried to be patient, and it ended up getting stopped at the line of scrimmage. Still ends up with about a yard on that play. Crazy enough. No, about the same. Right. That could be the case. That doesn't seem like it matters either, though, because both teams are going to be on both sides of the field. Unless they turn it off when the other team's facing it on offense.
Yeah.
Oh, and we got a offsides there, but Cavemen didn't snap it or move, so it's going to be okay
now
for
it's
Hobbs.
a timeout, it looks like.
So it looks like they tried to do the hard count, and they got it to work, but I think the Cavemen have to move too.
Yeah, I think if they get back, then it's okay as long as they don't contact anybody.
Exactly. All right, so with 6 minutes, 19 seconds here in the second quarter, we want to tell you and give a big thanks to United Property Management. Bertha Norris, give her a call at 575-725-1858 for all of your property management needs. They'll take care of it here in Carlsbad. All right, Ruben, I talked to Josh Gonzalez over text today earlier, asked him about his team, if he had anything he'd like to say to put out there about the Hobbs Eagles football squad. Grinding as the weeks went on and have us in a position to hopefully be back in the playoffs for the 4th straight year. So good trying to get some yards for the Cavemen. He's going to get about 1 there. And we're going to see how that play unfolded. It looked like there was some activity a little bit down the field a bit with Evan Lake. 5 minutes, 50 seconds, and the Cavemen need a big play here. Bettis in the backfield. To his right, you've got Wright and Sandoval. So here's Richard Hernandez. He's going to get to the first down. Great play by the Cavemen.
Yes.
And that's going to move the chains and keep the Cavemen on offense, keep grinding away at this Hobbs defense as much as possible. The O-line doing their job. I don't know. Maybe the podcast helped spark them up. I think Norman had nothing but good things to say about his squad. I really like when a coach is that positive and you just felt his realness through it. I mean, he's a really cool guy, too. I had a chance to do like a driving class with him, and hilarious dude, easy to get along with. You can see why his guys really love him. And there's a handoff to Sandoval. Sandoval is going to get about a yard on that one. So kind of some delayed rushing attempts there for the Cavemen, kind of the Le'Veon Bell style stuff. Kind of stopping a little bit, keeping their feet moving and trying to find a hole. But so far, we haven't seen any big breakthroughs with that style of running yet.
I think if they can keep with positive yards and moving the chains, then they can get in the end zone. Obviously, huh?
Right. If they keep moving the ball at least 10 yards every 4 plays, unstoppable. 4 minutes, 27 seconds. Bettis going to scramble a bit. On the move, he goes wide to Castañeda. And that one really not in the area for the most part. At least something catchable.
I think he was kind of covered, and Kaysen didn't want to really throw it away, so he tried to get it in the vicinity, but it was out of bounds, yeah.
So not a bad look there for the Cavemen, but it is not 3rd and 9. Cavemen, Ruben, so tell me this. You're Coach Sanders. You're at 3rd and 9, okay? I don't know. Things don't work out. You get to 4th down. Great field goal look. Do you take the chance or do you try and get the first down?
I go for the field goal, try to get the points because that other.
We
know what Lennon's done.
Yeah, he's definitely capable of it.
Yeah.
We just have had a rough go at it, and I feel like maybe more than anything, maybe it's a mental thing. Maybe
I think you just show as a coach confidence that he can, bounce back, and you say, you know what. It's like when you say, pitcher, you got the, I'll give you an example. When Trinan had the ball the other night, and then Roberts went out there, and he was going to take the ball from him, and he's like, I got this, coach. And he looked him in the eyes, and he's like, okay, and he let him go, and of course, the rest is history.
Yep, got blown up for 6 runs and 2 outs.
And they lost. But Walker Buehler is something.
Yeah, I like that example, so we'll see if the Cavemen get to that point. It'd be nice if they didn't. It'd be nice if Kaysen, connected with Richard Hernandez for a 12-yard gain, and we're not even worrying about a field goal unless it's, within super short range, chip shots.
Okay, here we go.
So on the right hash, Bettis gets the snap in the shotgun, looks over the top. Nice.
Oh.
A nice opportunity there. He had a man open. That man was number 8, Braden Flores. Is that who I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so did not get it down enough. It was over his head by about 4 feet, and Cavemen are going to be faced with a 4th and 9, and we don't see Annanens coming out there.
That's good.
4 minutes, 16 seconds. They might be thinking, hey, if all else fails, we're putting Hobbs back here, and there's 4 minutes to go. So Bettis looking around. He's got his pass. He's got his guy. It's Castañeda, and he's going to get into the end zone. It looks like he got in, and yes, referees signaling a touchdown. Big play on a 4th and 9 for the Cavemen.
Yeah, he went NFL style and just spiked it in the end zone, huh? And then the ball got loose. So
I think he didn't spike it. I think he dove and it fell out.
Oh, okay.
But we're just glad that they called there's no replays. But yeah, as long as it crosses the plane.
Oh, shoot. Fire.
Yep, again, Cavemen not able to get an extra point going, and not sure there. Eloy Lopez is the one holding it. He looks upset. So it might have been the holders.
A bad snap.
I don't know. It looked like it might have been who knows?
Yeah.
Hard to tell.
We'll have to interview him after the game. So what happened?
Right, exactly. Tell us why we missed that opportunity. So 13-0, Cavemen lead in what could easily be a 17-0 game. So Cavemen have something to figure out. But what's interesting to me is the first, 5 games of the season, there was no issues.
Yeah.
I mean, even on Annanen's 55-yard attempt, he had every bit of a look at that play. I mean, remember it was a yard short of going in. So there was no lack of confidence with their special teams at that point. Now, Cavemen, you know, just trying to find any which way to make it work.
Hey, you want to hear something funny for a second? I was listening to an NFL game the other day, and they were saying that one of the kickers, he had jury duty, so
Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah, he wasn't able to make it to practices, so the guys would stay late so he could practice with them. And I thought that's
cool.
unusual that they would, you know what I mean, not let him work around that.
Yeah, I guess they're not exempt.
Nope.
4 minutes and 9 seconds. They're like, well, what do you do? And they're like, I'm a kicker for the Cowboys. Oh, that's it. You're good.
You're just a kicker?
You're right.
Now, if you were Jerry Jones, we would probably let you have the time off.
We'll probably let you pay us off. But no, Brandon Aubrey is maybe the best kicker in the NFL right now.
Oh, for sure. I was at the game when he kicked that, what was it, 64
See, I said maybe, then you
60?
said for sure. So we're going to have to go look at the stats at his makes and misses.
Oh, wow. You're going to put me on the
to
spot,
find out now. 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Let us know in the comments, guys. Is Brandon Aubrey the best kicker in the NFL? The bright spot on the Dallas Cowboys. 4 minutes, 9 seconds, and the Eagles have the ball at the 20-yard line. Beatty going to hold on to this one. And he misses one tackle. And that's going to be about 11 yards right there.
And then the only bad thing is he ran out of bounds, so stops the clock. We want to keep that clock rolling with 4 minutes left in the half.
Absolutely. 1st and 10. Caveman defense going to have a task ahead of them with 4 minutes to go. Plenty of time for Hobbs to get something on the board. But the Caveman defense going to try and keep things difficult for Hobbs. And here is another solid gain for Hobbs, about 9 yards, if not more. And we might see a delay here pretty soon. We see lightning off in the distance, unfortunately. And if we get a delay, we're out of here. Just kidding.
We'll be doing it remotely from the house.
I'm hoping that's just somebody's like strobe effect for their front yard Halloween
that's what
decoration.
I'm feeling like, because I feel like there's no clouds in the sky. It doesn't seem like it's even a remotely chance of rain.
Right. So here again, another big yard gain for Hobbs. That's going to be a 1st down. And Colton McKibben gets the tackle on that one. So 1st and 10, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. If there is going to be any type of delay, we hope they get to the halftime before that does happen, so you can kind of factor it into the halftime. So Beatty, again, going to hold on to this one, and he has been his own answer all night. And another good gain, about 6 yards.
Yeah, I feel like he's more of a run-first guy. Like he looks, he's like, oh, you're covered. I'm going to run.
Well, I mean, it's showing on here. I'm trying to look. They're pretty balanced. They're rushing. Their receivers both have about 60 yards per game at their top guys. So I think they kind of do a little bit of everything. But, yeah, tonight he has been a lot of it.
I feel like our DBs must be doing a good job of covering the players. There's a 1st down or very close.
Yeah, we're going to see where they spot this one. It looks like they're spotting him a bit short, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, you would think that they would measure that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Looks like they are.
Oh, and they might be. We got to keep this thing moving so we don't have to worry about a delay before the halftime.
Okay, so what happens is you've got the medics or the trainers that have like a meter that tells them how far away it is. The distance and, however much.
I think 3 miles is the distance that,
you have to stop
3 miles or less or something like that. So, right now it feels like it's pretty close, but with 2 minutes and 8 seconds left, we're going to hope that is not going to stop anything.
Hopefully it's going the other direction. So
yes, that'd be great.
Get the game in.
Well, we will say one of the big things that happened this year for New Mexico was the unfortunate flood that happened in Roswell just an hour away. A couple people died. I mean, lots of cars. I had heard that one of the car lots lost all of their vehicles.
The Ford.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, that's crazy. That's insane.
What
that's
water
sad.
can do. Yeah.
It's crazy it's really sad, but also, like, are those on discount, or do you think?
Wow, that's too soon.
Too soon?
Well, I know when you go through there, like we're going through
terrible.
there tomorrow, we have to go around like through Dexter or
Yeah,
something.
you
You
do.
can't even go on
Here's
the
a
main road.
pass to the sideline, and Hobbs is going to gain about 5 on that play and get out of bounds. So it's going to be a stopped clock with 1:58 left on it.
Yeah, I feel like the defense is going to have to get a stop and try to keep them out of the end zone so they don't have the momentum going into the half because they've still got plenty of time left.
13-0, the Cavemen lead. Cavemen scored recently here in the second quarter off of a nice pass on a 4th down to Bobby Castañeda. And an incomplete pass there, again, going to stop the clock. Only 4 seconds came off the clock on that play. So Hobbs is going to really try and move the ball even faster now than they have been. And they're going to manage it with out-of-bounds plays, and
incomplete passes.
I guess so. But we've seen it tonight a lot, Ruben. Like, Brock Beatty's going to hold on to this ball. He's going to get quite a bit of yards when he does it.
Oh, for sure.
But it will run the clock. It's definitely a good trade out, though, if he can get quite a bit. Here's a nice pass over the top. Looks like it is good. And a nice first down, about 30 yards on that play. And that was caught by number 3, Justice French.
Yeah, Justice French, and he's like on the 3-yard line.
And I think that's the first time I've seen him make a play tonight for Hobbs. I mean, I put him on here. Justice French is their second highest receiver in terms of yards per game. And that's his first play of the game, so. And it was 30 yards, though. And this is going to be a touchdown. Yes, it is. So, touchdown Hobbs. 1:32 remain here in the second quarter. And the Eagles fly out some flags. And, man, is that one of the sloppiest jobs I've ever seen.
Well, they look like little kids, though. So
okay.
In their defense.
In their defense, they haven't practiced.
They're misspelling it.
All right, so here's the extra point attempt, and it is good. So 13-7. Cavemen hold on to the lead, but Hobbs going to go into the halftime with some momentum, at least offensively. Cavemen can still score here with 1:32 remaining. Yeah, I think those flags said East leg. Did you see that? They swapped the G and the S, I guess. 1:32 remain. Brock Beatty on the year, 23 passing touchdowns.
That's solid.
And that would have been 24, except for he got taken down about 1.5 yards or 2 before the end zone. All right, so Hobbs getting set to kick off to the Cavemen. The Cavemen do, to me, look pretty fresh, I think, on both sides of the ball. I think they don't look tired. We haven't seen that really throughout tonight's game, and I know it's still the first half, but, you know, offense has been out there quite a bit. O-line's been sticking through it. Receivers have been sharp, and everything's looking pretty good on that end. So are we going to see the delay happen here?
It's either that or it's a timeout. Let's see.
Maybe they're trying to rethink maybe an onside kick. We'll see. It looks like the Cavemen have only 1 timeout remaining. Eagles have 2.
In high school, do you have to announce the onside kick? Like
no, you do not. I don't think you do. So we'll see if anything changes here on this kickoff. Hobbs is out there ready. Cavemen now starting to scatter out there. minute 32. And no, it looks like a normal kickoff for the Eagles and a dropped ball from the Cavemen. We'll see what they can make of this. Evan Leos with it, and nothing there for the Cavemen as they got stopped on about the 9-yard line. So Cavemen pinned pretty deep in their own territory. Cavemen going to have to get some big plays, big gains in order to do anything here with the remaining time at a minute 27.
And Hobbs can use their timeouts too if they want to get the ball back, unless we can get a couple of first downs. Did we just use a timeout?
I don't know. It looks like we're just taking a while to get out of the coach's huddle. It might be close to a delay of game, if not.
Yeah.
Looks close. A minute 27 on the clock. Kason Perez claps for it, hands it off to, I think, Sandoval. And he's going to get maybe a yard on that one.
See, they're calling a timeout.
It looks like Hobbs is calling for a fumble, but we'll see what they say. No signal from the referees.
If not, he's getting a timeout. Wants to get a chance to get that ball back.
Okay, so Hobbs, Coach Stevens over on Hobbs' sideline getting the timeout. So it's going to be 2nd and about 9 for the Cavemen when they return off of this timeout. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by United Property Management. Give them a call at 575-725-1858. Bertha Norris can take care of you with property management. If you're interested, give them a call.
Let us know in the comments, did you watch the World Series and who are you rooting for?
You think that the Cavemen could get Fat Joe to perform before one of the games?
Maybe
next year. A minute 9. And here's Perez holding on to this one. And he gets into the scrum. Maybe about a yard gain or so.
Well, the clock's running, so I don't know if guess they're not calling a timeout. Look, the coach is like, hey, that clock ran down. It was a minute and a half.
All right, so it looks like they're going to call another timeout here. 56 seconds remain on the clock, and coaches are contesting that it should have been
more time.
Probably about 7 seconds ticked off since the play ended. And I think what you can do as a coach is say, hey, as soon as this plays down, like I want you to call a timeout.
Yeah, unless he gets a first down, I want you to call a timeout as soon as play's dead.
So I don't see any signal from the referee on the time. And it might seem like, hey, they still got 56 seconds. What's the big deal? But just a few seconds can make the difference in a quarter. So you have to be aware of that.
See, and it's kind of tough on the coaches. Like, do you do a pass play to try to get a first down? Do you try to run the clock? Of course, they're going to have one timeout left. So on 4th down, they're going to have to let the clock run. But we're going to have to give them the ball if we don't get a first down.
A minute and 5 seconds.
So they added,
2nd and 14.
9 seconds?
Perez calls for the ball. Here's a nice run by Brock Wright. This one going to get, I don't know, about 7 yards. Still going to be quite a ways to go. And this one's going to be a timeout for Hobbs. I thought they had used their timeouts.
No, that was the last one.
That was a penalty?
That was the last timeout. Yeah, there must have been a penalty because it was 2nd down again. So now we're on 3rd down. Of course,
So 3rd and about 6 to go.
They can't stop the clock anymore, so we do another running play. They won't get the ball back with much time left. Maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, when you run a play, and we'll see. I mean, the Cavemen get a first down here, which is what they'll be banking on. Then we won't have to worry about that at all. So Cavemen really look into this play as an important one.
For sure.
So, Ruben, I posed the question. I actually had a student ask me this. Good, solid, valid question. Did the trunk or treat event, like just the thought of it, you go to one big location, it's a big festival, everybody's handing out candy, did that ruin the traditional Halloween? We don't see it as much. You don't see neighborhoods filled up and kids going door to door half as much as you used to.
No, I would say, what, 10 years ago or before, you'd have 100 kids go to your house to get candy. Now, what, my mother-in-law's, we had like 7.
All right, I'm not sure what was said.
Are they going in? Because there's no players out there for Hobbs.
All right, so it looks like
They're going to
there
Monterey.
might be a delay taking place.
Yeah, because they're all going to the Monterey school.
Okay, so we're going to see, because
It's right here.
Cavemen's still on the field.
Which is kind of unusual.
Why
huh?
they would still be there is interesting, yeah.
Now
so
they're
they're
sprinting.
Okay. It's hard to hear the announcer from our position, but they said that the Lightning is within 2 miles, so they will have to wait things out. We'll see if it moves away. So, guys, we will take a break
We're
and
so close.
be here back with you off of the delay. We'll leave the and restart it later. So we'll keep you updated as much as we can. Be right back. All right, guys, no real updates on the delay right now, unfortunately, except for that we are still on it. So that's kind of where we're at. I just heard, though, that if we reached half and they have to call the game for a delay, then the winning team would get the win. So you wouldn't have to play the whole game, but you have to reach half. If you don't, they terminate the game. It would not count on either side. So regardless, just kind of some information, some fun facts for you. I just learned this myself, so we'll be right back. Also, if you're watching and you're waiting for the delay, head on down to our podcast, which is available right now with Coach Sanders and Coach Norman. About a 26-minute podcast. Perfect amount of time for the delay right now, and you guys can go and see that as well. Learn about the Cavemen and their preparation for this game tonight. We'll be right back. All right, guys, we're still on a rain delay looking for some more information. We'll be sourcing that here in just a bit. Just wanted to let you know that you can check out the podcast available right on our YouTube channel, All Sports Best. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by United Property Management and Bertha Norris, 575-725-1858. And tonight is also being produced by Whaley Great Image, Red Rocket Media, and Gonzalez Media Services. Will be back here shortly. All right, guys, we are still waiting on the delay. 56 seconds is still up on the clock. That's what we're going to have when we come back. I feel like it was 56.6 before we were done, but regardless, something that I did learn recently, I think I said it before, I'll say it again. If we reached halftime and the game was deemed like unplayable tonight, then we would have gotten the win. But since it is a minute left in the second quarter, calling this game down would have to you'd have to reschedule it or play it tomorrow. So we're hoping to get back on the field soon. I've been told the weather is kind of going away from us, but we'll see how fast that materializes in us being back on the field. Now the question is, and if you're listening, you can throw this in the comments if you think you know what the answer is to this. If we come out and play 57 seconds after this long delay, do we have to go and do 15 minutes of halftime still? Or do we just take basically a quarter break like we do in between first and second quarter? I don't know. All Sports Best. We'll be right back. So we do have some refs coming back. All right, so update, we do have referees out on the field, but it began raining. I don't think the rain really stops the game from happening. I think it all is on the dangerous stuff, the lightning stuff, but regardless, we will check back in. We've been getting updates as we can from the trainer, but yeah, still kind of waiting on more information to come soon. All right, we'll be right back. All right, so we're going to have a game here pretty soon. I guess the delay is still going to be on for just a bit, right? I think, would they say about 10 more minutes? Something like that. So the team's going to come out and stretch, get loose. Both teams yelling and getting hyped up, trying to get themselves back in it. Obviously, a lot of time off to wait around, longer than a halftime, a lot longer than a normal halftime would be. So the Cavemen now out to do their stretches. The Eagles out to do theirs on their side of the field as well. So we're going to see a game here pretty soon. So thanks for sticking around with us. We're excited to bring it back here shortly, and we'll see what happens. Still not sure what's going to happen after the 57 seconds, but I'm assuming there's going to be a halftime, and we're going to treat it like a normal halftime. I don't know.
Well, that's what one of the coaches said. Can you hear me? Go ahead. Okay, now I hear it. So the coaches said that they're going to do the 57 seconds, go to halftime, and do a regular halftime. So it'll be a 15-minute delay.
That's
for that.
Atrocious.
Yeah.
Well, folks, we'll get 57 seconds of action. Maybe not even really action. It might be like one play and then kneeling it out. We don't know what it's going to look like.
We'll see what it looks like.
Because the Cavemen are at 3rd and 6 with 57 seconds left. No timeouts left for the Eagles. If the Cavemen can get 6 yards on this next play, then they can definitely run the clock out, just do a couple more running plays or maybe take a chance downfield. But there's not going to be any real action going unless Hobbs is able to make a stop. So we'll see what happens here. So stay tuned. We're going to be getting into that here shortly. Cavemen lead 13-7. Thanks for sticking around. If you did, we saw our YouTube stick around quite well, so we appreciate that, guys. We're going to be starting here soon. Really lame update for you guys. The announcer just announced that there was another strike, so everybody has to go back in. It's going to be another delay. Probably 30 minutes. It's supposed to be 30 minutes. We'll see. So we'll see if this game even really takes back off. All right, guys, still waiting on the delay. We were really close to getting started. Just 57 seconds before the half. Then we go to half, apparently. That's what I've been told. Stick around. All right, guys, still referees back out onto the field, taking off on the Hobbs sideline, unless they're packing it up to go home. But no, it looks like we're starting to see fans get back in the stands and allowed back in the stands. So we will see if the Cavemen come back out here shortly. Last time the Eagles came out of their, I don't know where they're, in a gym, I guess, over at Monterey. They came out first. So we will see if the Cavemen come out here soon and can finish off this half and then call the game after that. That'd be fine. We'll be right back. All right, folks, the moment we've all been waiting for might be here. We were teased last time, so we'll see. Don't want to spoil anything or get ahead of ourselves, but 57 seconds left here in the first half. Hobbs is coming out from the Monterey building across the street. Cavemen look to be coming out pretty soon. We've got a few players out on the field, and coaches are out here as well, so team should be ready to rock here shortly. As I said again, the Eagles are heading out, walking out as well. So warm-up should be here now, and we'll see if we can get this thing started in cancellation, and they would end up with the win. So. All right, guys. Public Enemy. We got 57 seconds on the clock, and the Cavemen do have the ball. So we're out here again, folks. Welcome back. We hope that you've enjoyed your stay wherever you are, and hope you've been able to relax. We've been chilling up here in the press box, and we're ready for this game to get rocking. Fans stuck around. I'd say that's pretty hardcore dedication. Yes, I would say that's a good, accurate number. Third down, 6 to go. 57 seconds left on the clock. The Cavemen have the ball. Cavemen have to move this ball to a first down in order to have this half end with them on top. Now, if they don't get that first down, they're going to have to punt it, and that gives Hobbs an opportunity. Now, Hobbs has no timeouts, but they definitely could get the ball moving quickly and out of bounds. So we'll see what Kaysen Betez does here in the shotgun. Gets the hard count, and there it is.
That might be a
great
first
job by the Cavemen. Good play call here. We'll see if that 5 yards gets him there. It was 3rd and 6, so it will give us 1 yard out. So, yeah, a handoff here to Brock Wright is the move I would make. I don't know. What do you think, Ruben?
Yeah. Well, either one.
You have to know it's going to happen.
Sandoval or Brock Wright. But, yeah, my money would be on Brock Wright also. And just heavy blocking. And
yeah, I'd be very surprised if they did anything but that. You could know it's coming, and I would still do that play. And it looks like there's going to be some kind of – why are they going to move the chains? It was 3rd and 6, was it not?
They're going to measure. Well,
they're going to
unless
measure.
It was 3rd and almost 5.
Yeah,
5 and
I don't know.
I don't know. It's going to be short.
Guess we're going to see.
We're going to be short.
If it's a first down, the Cavemen will go into the half on top. All right, we'll see where it is, and it's going to be first down, Cavemen. So
wow.
Big news for the Cavemen there. And
shout out to the guys doing the yard markers.
All right, so Cavemen able to get the first down, a 3rd and 6, and 5-yard penalty.
It was a 6-yard penalty.
Scoop it up. The home field advantage, baby. All right, so Perez now to get the snap. And he's going to go ahead and kneel this one. So Cavemen are going to kneel it out to the half. They're going to kneel it out to the half. Now they're going to pull out the card. Athletic director, call the game now. Just kidding.
No.
We had to be here. No, I was. There's a rumor that there could be a shortened halftime. That would be awesome.
No, they announced it.
Oh, they did say that?
Yeah, Hitchens announced it, 3-minute halftime.
Okay, great. I don't even know that it needed to be 3 minutes. There's been no play here. It's literally been no actual play. It was a penalty and kneeling.
NMAA requires you to have a halftime. So 3 minutes is long enough. If it would have been a 15-minute or a regular halftime, that would have been kind of sad where you go back in the locker room and start over.
If it's a 3-minute halftime, I say you just use it to kind of like loosen up. You know, Annanins gets out there, gets some kicks in, kind of like before the game started. The same thing. I mean, it would make sense to me. Wouldn't it make sense?
Same thing they did the last 5 minutes before the 57 seconds.
Yeah, essentially. So it looks like they're going to go and look at some film and talk through it a little bit and just kind of walk through some plays. Yep, it is going to be 3 minutes. So 3-minute halftime, folks, is what we're dealing with here. And we'll get this thing started in the second half. Hopefully no weather affects us now. But, you know, these guys are young. They'll be able to bounce back from the long wait. But, I mean, if it was me, I'd be like that just to kind of get ready for it. Takes a lot. All right, so thank you guys for sticking around, for those of you that did. This is a game that is a must-win for the Cavemen. This could end their playoff dreams or spark their playoff dreams back up again.
So I heard some of the coaches talking a while ago while we were waiting for this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was asking about Centennial, saying, it said, Centennial, the best team in the state. And
I don't think they are.
Another coach said that, no, La Cueva is possibly the best team they've ever seen. And
wow,
they're the best
seen.
Team. Yeah, so that's saying a lot. It's pretty salty.
You know what's crazy is that we hear that here in New Mexico, and it's like, holy smokes, 5 D1 players. And then you go to Texas, and it's like, yeah, the whole starting lineup is somewhat depends on where you are.
Well, the thing that I don't like is the thing that we've talked about in the past, where you know you can basically freshman year, we're going to go to La Cueva because you know all these athletes coming together. You almost feel like you have to have a super team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe they're down 1 year and the team to beat in basketball right now. I think they're
what are
reload.
they? 2-time champs or 3? Two-time.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys get a chance, that's the best state tournament in throughout the year. It's definitely basketball. It's hosted at the Pit every year. I think if it was hosted at the Pan Am, it would do well, but it would not do what the Pit does. I love Las Cruces, and I am a big NM State fan, but the amount of people that it draws in Albuquerque is just beyond my imagination for what it could do anywhere else in the state. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I think it should bounce around for different you know, athletics like football and baseball and softball and soccer and all that. Like, there's no reason that those shouldn't be hosted in maybe Las Cruces one year, Albuquerque the next year, you know, maybe 2 or 3 host cities that it transfers to. But basketball, I don't think it could ever leave Albuquerque.
Yeah, well, football is, you know, at one of the team's home stadiums.
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, all the other ones, like you said, yeah, I think it should bounce around and give everybody opportunity instead of just. Well, one year they did it here in Carlsbad. That's when Carlsbad baseball and softball both won state.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why they stopped doing it. It was rigged.
12 minutes on the clock here to start off the second half. Cavemen are going to receive. Cavemen have to take advantage here. Evan Leos. And both teams have plenty of, they should be plenty energized. Now, how fresh they are in terms of legs and, you know, their bodies, I don't know. Depends on what they were doing in their locker room, if they were sitting the entire time or if they were able to, like, walk around or stretch. Might have been a holding. Yeah, 10-yard penalty. That must have been what it was. 11 minutes, 56 seconds as we start things off here in the second half. Excited to bring you guys the game, sponsored by United Property Management. 11:56, Gason Perez in the shotgun, hands it over to Brock Wright. Wright immediately attacked. So immediately. My overall over-under prediction coming into this game was 56.5 total points, and right now that is not the pace for tonight's scoring. Perez goes to hand it off, and this one to Brock Wright. This one is about a 5-yard gain. So 3rd and 8 now for the Cavemen. Ian Sandoval and Brock Wright have been switching off throughout tonight, as they have the last few games, on touches. Wright does get the larger share. So Perez drops back for the pass. This one to Sandoval. He makes the catch. About another 4-yard gain, so a real short gain on that screen, and that's going to be a 4th down for the Cavemen. Not what they wanted there, so they send out the punt team.
Doesn't look like we have any wind tonight. The flag is just sitting straight down, so it's not going to be wind aided or affected in any way.
Okay, so there is a penalty on the play.
Well, Hobbs is pointing at Carlsbad, so it's probably on Carlsbad, and it is. Delay of game?
That's what it seems like. But they haven't signaled. Yes, it is delay of game.
Huh.
Or no, that looks like a false start, actually. So a false start, put him back. And Sandoval, he's going to need a good punt once again. He had a solid one in the first half, and he got that one off. That's a good punt right there. Caught on the run, and he got hit. He had a lot of momentum behind him, number 12, which is Ty Young, but it's like he hit him on accident almost. Like he just didn't want to do anything. So
or he didn't hit him solid, and it just kind of didn't affect him.
I was going to say, it really didn't do anything. He was going 100%, I believe, in speed, but man, if he wraps up there and puts a shoulder into him, that guy's, you know, he's down. But he just shook him off. 9 minutes, 50 seconds. Beatty has not gotten since we've been on delay. And they get about a 2-yard gain there.
I feel like both teams are
playing a shortened game, really.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we're all obviously very glad that halftime was 12 minutes short. Beatty gets the snap, hands it off. No, fakes it, has it still. And he's going to get about a 5-yard gain. So Beatty continuing to be the biggest threat on the field for the Hobbs offense. And we're getting the
bell toll?
Yeah, I don't know what that bell's all about. What time is it? Is it a certain time? No.
Is Quasimodo going to come out of the bell tower?
I guess so. 8 minutes, 32 seconds. The pass down the sideline caught.
Wow, it looked like he was out of
Incredible
bounds,
catch there by number 3, Justice French, and that has to be the best catch of the night so far. He caught that one in the smallest window it could have been placed. So Brock Beatty placed it in there just right, and French able to bring it down. What a play. 8 minutes, 27 seconds. Beatty trying to get this one into their end zone. Marching well. And another big gain there for the Eagles, about 7 yards on that one. Seamus Wright. 8 minutes, 5 seconds. And this year more than ever, I didn't see anything from Hobbs, but this year more than ever, I've seen a lot of social media back and forth from the teams. We saw, I think it was Alamogordo that was posting stuff. And Oregon Mountain, I don't know. There was a few, but students will show me. And it's crazy. It's humorous, but still.
So what exactly are they showing you?
Wow. Looks like a helmet came off, and that player was down on the ground at the bottom. So he's going to have to take a seat for a play at least. When your helmet comes off, you have to come off the field to get checked. Seven minutes, 47 seconds.
What's the referee saying?
I don't know that call.
I don't either.
I think it was just maybe an inadvertent whistle, maybe. So 3rd and 1 for the Eagles. It's turned out to be a beautiful night. Had a little bit of rain, but not really much else than just the lightning that kept anybody back from doing anything. Beatty looking downfield, decides to keep it himself. Cuts back, and he gets hit, but gets an easy first down, and that is going to put him on the 4-yard line. So 1st and goal, 4 yards to go. 3 yards to go. Hobbs is 3-2 in district. Big and important game for both teams, and this is a touchdown in there for number 8, Omarion Kennedy. So the Eagles can take the lead here with an extra point if it is good. And we start to really go back to that first quarter where you think, man, that extra or that field goal could really be, something now.
And the extra point.
Exactly. Yes. So 4 points left on the field from special teams. And this one right through for that extra point. That puts them up. 14-13 now. Hobbs leads. So Coach Sanders is going to have a task ahead of him as the Eagles take the lead. I mean, just immediately tacked on points when they came back.
Well, they made that look pretty easy, especially getting that nice pass to, who was it, Justice? And
yeah, French made the catch.
Yeah, and they just went down the field pretty easily.
7 minutes here on the clock as Hobbs prepares to kick off to the Cavemen. A big Caveman Kick return would be huge. This one, again to Leos. Leos, 6 minutes, 57 seconds. And if the announcer announces anything about take shelter, I think they have to call this game. Don't you think? It sounded like he was about to say something.
Yeah. I'm not playing.
All right. Kaysen Perez gets the snap on that play. Ahead of them, he's got Wright and Sandoval on either side of him. 2 receivers out right, 1 to the left. Gives the handoff to Sandoval, and he's going to get pushed out to the track. Ian Sandoval, and I talked scrimmage, really wasn't doing anything right there. I guess he saw the hole a little bit better because he wasn't rushing through anything, and he took off. On the very next play, 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Guys, just to wake it up in the comment section, tell us a movie you recommend during this season. We saw some scary movies we talked about some scary movies during the halftime show. Give us your movie recommendation in the comment section. Or if you've seen any sports movies that you recommend. Love to hear it. 5 minutes, 25 seconds. Perez with both of his running backs with him. He fakes the handoff, goes left, and it gets tipped away. Incomplete pass. It looked like he was looking for either Brock Wright or Richard Hernandez on that pass. Five minutes, 12 seconds. Cavemen trying to continue these to move the chains, but right now, 3rd and 9. They've got a big play here. Right in the backfield with Perez. He backs up. Finds his guy. That's Hernandez. Hernandez
still going to be short.
Gets about a 5-yard gain on that reception. And, yeah, it's going to make it 4th and about 3. 4th and 4, 4th and 3. A little in between there. And they're going to go ahead and try and go for it, not bringing out the special teams. And I think that's something you have to definitely consider, right? Is the special teams unit ready to make an important kick? Right now, that's kind of up in the air. Here's Perez. Looks over, gets his guy. That's Hernandez, and he catches it for a first down.
Nice.
Great play. Hernandez, a star again tonight.
Yeah, he's made some important plays and keeps him going down the field.
And I talked to Coach Sanders about him. I said, hey, we hadn't really heard much about Hernandez. We know he's in there doing his thing, but he wasn't really making an impact the way he did in our last home game. And he said, yeah, we didn't change anything. He just always runs his routes really clean and really good. He's in the and now he's a favorite option for Perez. And here's a good run by Sandoval. Can he get to the outside? He does. Touchdown, Cavemen on the ground.
Yeah, that looked very, very like experienced. Like he just knew where he was going and couldn't get stopped.
I mean, I guess trust the process with some of these delayed starts at the running back. I mean, he's just kind of checking, letting his lead blockers do their thing, and then finds the route he wants to take. That was a great play by
Le'Veon's
Sandoval.
not playing anymore. Maybe he's helping with the running backs.
Right. He's on the staff. So with 3 minutes and 4, try and get back a point. If he runs it all the way back, nothing happens. In the NFL, it does.
Yeah.
In the NFL, you run it back, you do get those 2 points. So that could be big if that before he got tackled, because there's really no harm to getting intercepted on that one. And you just take a chance. He had a guy. He just wasn't very open. So we come off of the delay. Cavemen run out the clock, so it gets to halftime, and then Hobbs scores, Cavemen score, and the third quarter becomes immediately the most electric quarter of the night.
Yeah, they got all their energy back and more. Well, the sad thing is you've got to try to get the lead as quick as you can if you get behind, because another hour or two and they'll be like, no, we're calling the game.
Right, exactly. 3 minutes, 49 seconds. Annanens goes up with the kick. This one is deep and in the end zone again, so it's going to be a touchback, and that's the right scenario, I think, for the Cavemen. If they could do that every single time, I'm good with it. I think there's no reason to give yourself a chance to get scored on in one big play. Now, of course, you look at it and think, a lot of teams will say, well, yeah, but I want to go ahead and pin them on the 10-yard line. Yeah, that's great. But 20-yard line is honestly pretty solid on defense for a starting point, and there's not a true advantage to that. I get it. 10 yards as opposed to late in games. I think it was Lovington, right, that we had really tough special team luck.
They kept getting good field position.
Oh, a fumble on the play, and do the Cavemen land on it here? It was a pitch backwards, and it looks like the Eagles recovered, but just barely. It looked like a Caveman got in there right when the ball hit the ground, but they must not have been able to come up with it. It's still Hobbs' ball, but man, did they shoot themselves in the foot there early. It's 2nd and 19 for Hobbs. So, Ruben, let's go ahead and make our predictions on this play. I'm going to say it's a...
So this is a big play because it's a momentum maker or breaker.
Yes.
Because right now it's like if we can get them to punt, then we have a chance to score and get a little bit bigger lead. But if they can get a first down, of course, they've got things going in their favor.
Yes. Two minutes, 49 seconds. Beatty steps back. He sees a guy downfield and throws way over. That was in no one's area.
No man's land?
No, not even relatively close. To May. To not, get taken down or throw an interception. But Hobbs is going to punt here. And they're actually in the deep punt position so they can get a little more on it.
I feel like there's nobody back to receive the punt.
There is not. I think the Cavemen are getting touched where it gets touched and starting from there. And the Cavemen get a nice bounce there again. And they're going to be on the 49-yard line. So Cavemen at midfield with 2 minutes and 37 seconds in the third quarter. Plenty of time to score and take time off the clock. Of course, only up 5. You want to score whenever you can get it and continue to really put the pressure on Hobbs.
It seems like this quarter has gone a lot faster than the first 2 quarters.
That is the worst thing you can say.
It's like this guy's pitching a no-hitter?
Yes, that's exactly what it feels like. So, sweet.
Thank you.
So Perez now in the backfield with Wright. 2 receivers out right, which is the short side. He gets the handoff over to Wright. This one is going to get about a 3-yard gain. And they do give it to him about 3 yards right there. We did see some lightning out in the distance back behind Monterey, but we hope that that is far enough that we don't have to worry about another delay. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by United Property Management. You need a property managed and taken care of? Call Bertha Norris at 575-725-1858. 1 minute, 53 seconds. Perez picks it up on the move and gets rid of it. So it looks like there is going to be a flag on the play, a possible intentional grounding.
I thought he made a good play out of nothing because it looked like he was just going to fall on it to keep from,
Right.
something bad happening. And
It's going to end up being about the
Yeah.
same damage, I think.
but at least we retained the ball, I guess. That's the only positive.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be a deep play here for the Cavemen. 2 minutes. I'm sorry, a little under 2 minutes. A minute 47 remaining. Big penalty there. 3rd and, 24. Not a lot of cars in the parking lot. If you guys want to come and check the game out.
You can probably park right up against
Yeah, you might be able to park as close to being basically on the field. Primetime parking. So Kaysen's going to hold on to this one, try and get some yards on the run, and he does, but not much. Maybe about 8 yards there. Hit by 2 guys there at once, and he pops up just fine, so that's encouraging. Cavemen going to send their punt team out. Sandoval back for the Cavemen. A minute 20 on the clock. And I feel like there's just not really a lot of, there's not like a sense of urgency sometimes when the clock's just running. And we have no play clock, so I guess I start to feel uncomfortable, but they know what they're doing. So nice punt there by Sandoval, and that puts the Eagles at the 26-yard line. Now he calls a fair catch and catches it. If he doesn't do that, Sandoval's punt could probably put them on about the 10-yard line after hitting and spinning and rolling out. So
He had a good DJ tonight.
with a minute and 1 second left, who sings this, Ruben?
It sounds like Bon Jovi to me.
That does sound accurate to me too. Cavemen 19, Eagles 14.
I might have to take over the broadcast. My partner looks like he's going to fall asleep at any minute.
I'm sleeping. All right, here we are. About a 4-yard gain there for the Eagles. They're going to try and push this along. 50 seconds remain here in the 3rd quarter. So we're hoping that no lightning affects this game anymore.
See, you complained to me about me
No,
saying
I
the
said we
third quarter.
hope they don't.
You don't bring it up. It's just like the no-hitter thing. But, hey, we'll just keep moving along.
All right, so again, they hand the ball off. Big run
darn.
here for Hobbs, and that's going to be a 1st down and about 15 yards after. Good 20 yards on that play. That was ran by number 8, Amarion Kennedy. "22 seconds remain here for the Eagles, and after that huge play, they're brought back. Didn't catch the reason why. It must have been holding.
Yeah, it must have been. I don't think he signaled yet.
All right,
There he
so
goes. Maybe not. Maybe he already did signal.
okay. No, I think he's still waiting to signal it.
That's why I like in the NFL, they announce it and you can hear it.
Right away. So personal foul on the Eagles. So they just went from this huge momentum shifting play and gain.
To their end zone.
Right. I mean, to a big loss. I mean, huge. So 2nd and 20. Eagles They're going to have to make a pass. Beatty's definitely worth it, or definitely capable of it, but he holds on to it and gains about 7 yards on the play.
I guess because he's such a passing threat that even though he runs most of the time, he still gets good yardage because you can't really just key on that.
Right. He is a skilled quarterback for sure, but that's going to do it for the third quarter. So we're going to take a quick break in between and get back to you. Tonight's broadcast brought to you by United Property Management. Bertha Norris, give her a call, 575-725-1858 for all of your property management needs. Tonight on the broadcast is All Sports Best, Trey and Ruben. We're alongside Whaley Great Image, Red Rocket Media, and Gonzalez Media Services. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin.
Oh, is that what they say?
12 minutes, that is, I think. Brock Beatty drops back, finds a guy easily up the middle, and they went from a huge deficit in terms of yards to a huge gain up the middle. That was a nice pass, number 3, Justice French. He has been his top receiver tonight. And on the year, it shows Braddock Beatty is number 1, Justice French is number 2. So you got to wonder, is Braddock Beatty hurt?
Well, I saw him pass him one earlier and he didn't catch it. So I don't know if he's not 100% or if he just hasn't been the target tonight.
A short screenplay there for number 8, Marion Kennedy, and he's going to gain about 7 immediately. And what is Braddock Beatty, number 2?
Yes.
Yeah, he's out there. You just haven't seen him as much in action tonight as you would have expected according to the stats. And no, they go elsewhere again. Nice play again, and it does get down, so he got a foot in. That was number 3, Justice French. He's been unstoppable tonight, reminiscent of the Organ Mountain target in Washington. Do you remember that, Ruben?
No.
Carlsbad could not stop one receiver for that guy that was just killing him. This is what Justice French feels like tonight, at least here in the second half. Was I covering that game by myself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, he was like unstoppable. They went to him when they knew they were going to throw it to him. Still couldn't stop him. That's what French is kind of doing right now. And here's another good rush there by Omarion.
I think he's in.
Omarion Kennedy. So Eagles take the lead there, and with an extra point, it'll put them up by 2. Cavemen continue to dig a little bit of a deficit in the small points department because they went for 2 last time after their touchdown, and it was no good. So they have not scored on their PAT in 2 different touchdowns. So 10 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. Cavemen will get the ball here on a kickoff return, but you just never know what might go down now. Up 2. Hobbs should be kicking as normal, but you just never know. Maybe an onside kick, maybe something tricky. I would imagine there's going to be a trick play that comes into this game within the next 5 minutes of gameplay.
Oh, that's a...
Both teams have studied each other very well. We talked to Coach Sanders about it on the podcast. He said that, yeah, they've watched every single play throughout the year that Hobbs has done. They imagine the same thing happens from Hobbs and their coaching staff. That's not confirmed, but you could imagine. Both teams very competitive against each other more than
Together the last game every year.
Yeah, I was looking it up. Last year they played the third to last game against each other. And this
really?
squib was a line drive kicked into the end zone. So Cavemen will take over at the 20-yard line. Can the Cavemen march downfield and score? And this is where clock management really comes into play. I mean, you've still got lots of time, but if you're able to shave enough time off the clock and, you know, you try to think, can we score and leave ourselves a chance to score again if they happen to score? At least as a fan, that's how I think, I guess. 10 minutes, 48 seconds. You hand the ball off to Brock Wright, and it's going to get you some yards. There's no doubt about it. This time, 4. And his brother Hazen Wright's at 9.
Yeah, that is.
And we'll see if he can really make a name for himself in Las Cruces. We'll definitely have to go and watch one.
For sure.
10 minutes, 10 seconds. Back to Wright, and it's going to get the Cavemen about a yard. So 3rd and 6. Nine minutes, 40 seconds. Cavemen trying to make sure they nail down the right play for this one. Taking quite a bit of time, though.
Yeah, they
So
definitely
they can get the snap off.
definitely can't use a penalty on this play.
All right, so 3 receivers on the right side, 1 out to the left. Perez finds his guy, and Castañeda gets out of bounds
Real
early,
close.
and it looked like it wasn't going to be a first down. We'll see where they spot this. Yeah, it's going to be about a yard short.
Wow.
And you almost think he kind of tries to poke the ball out or cut up field a little bit. He almost ran out of bounds too early intentionally.
Well, this is a big play right here, 4th down.
4th and 1.
The tush push.
I don't know. Does it work, or do you just hand it to Brock Wright, who's been a unit all night? I think that's what you do.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think you tell them that it's happening and still do it. You let them know. You kind of like tip your pitch and go, yeah, this is what we're doing.
You're like Trevor Bauer.
Yeah.
You're like fastball, and then
Yep.
you still throw it, and they still can't hit it.
Exactly.
Looks like we're
Same
punting.
style. So Cavemen going to go ahead and take their chances on defense, down 2. Nobody back for the Eagles. So both teams kind of playing it the same way,
nice
but
bounce.
this is big for the Cavemen. Nice punt by Sandoval. Gonna pin him at the 12-yard line. Great play. Sandoval's been outstanding in the punt.
Department.
Yes.
Well, that's
Might
huge,
have
but
himself some call. It's
Pat-
true. It's true. You can make a full career out of it. Even if you can just get a scholarship on it, it's pretty dang great, you know, to be able to get that paid for and go kick a ball like you do when you're a kid. You know, punting's probably one of the first athletic things you do, and
yeah.
it's kind of a cool, fun concept. You could do that for a living, I could only imagine. So 1st and 10 for the Eagles, starting at their own 12-yard line. Lots of space, lots of field to travel. And
Good
that's
stop.
not going to be a good start for the Eagles, but a great one for the Cavemen. A loss of about 3 yards on that play. So 2nd and 12. The Cavemen defense has been doing their very best to hold it down for CHS, and they've done a great job up till now, so we'll see if they can sustain what they've been doing. They're going to need
Penalty. Might have been some movement. So it was a quick whistle.
All right, so flag on the play. Looked like number 46 put a hit on Beatty pretty good when the whistle blew, like a step after. That was Juan Rubio. I might have gotten that one wrong.
Simon? Is it Simon Rubio?
No, it looks like number 46. Juan Rubio is what they're listed on Max Preps, but he's listed as a freshman, so it might be a freshman coming in, getting some playing time.
They're pinned pretty deep. We could get a safety right here. That'd be nice.
It would. Nice pass over the middle, and that was to his brother, number 2, Braddock Beatty. Great play there by the Cavemen. Lots of pressure. Pretty dang good pass, too. Just a little off the mark, but that could have been detrimental. Hobbs has been pretty good at getting out of situations like that when their back's against the wall as well. 7 minutes, 47 seconds on the clock. 3rd and 17. It's going to be a passing play likely. If not, and he sees some open lanes, Beatty might just take it for himself. He's done it a few times tonight. They have him in the end zone. Beatty over the top. And a nice play there. Knocked by number 5.
Was that Castaneda?
Looks like number 5, Jacob Diaz. No, I'm sorry. Number 5, Eloy Lopez came out and played some defense. All right.
Well, that's what they say. You got to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the big
put the
moments,
best 11 out there if you can. And Lopez came in a big way because that's a touchdown right there, 100%, if he doesn't get a hand on the ball. And even when he got his hand on the ball, there was a chance that ball tips up and he catches it.
Oh, yeah.
And it just deflected in the right way. So Lopez playing both sides of the ball. Cavemen not playing around tonight. They're trying everything they can to get that win. And you do see Castaneda is playing on the other side on the defensive back position also. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to wear these guys thin if they can, if they have to. And tonight, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds left, I say absolutely you do it.
Oh, that was a penalty on the play because it's 3rd down. No, it's saying 4th down now. Okay.
So it's going to be 4th and 17. So Eagles going to throw the punt team out there.
Yeah, you're
making them a little bit uncomfortable because there's not a lot of space back there. So if Carlsbad could find a way to block this, that would be the biggest play of the night and definitely the most exciting. So they've got an opportunity to do something great here.
Yeah, you definitely got to put some kind of pressure on this kick.
Ball in a big 12-yard line, so it's like a... So Carlsbad now going to take over at their own 12-yard line. 7 minutes. It's going to be a lot tougher, especially with Hobbs having the opportunity to run some clock now. The Cavemen have 3 timeouts. The Eagles have 3 timeouts. They're going to use them all. You can imagine with the tight game like this.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is going to be our last drive, our last real good.
So Perez, in his biggest moment of the year, he's going to be tested here. Can he handle the pressure? 12-yard line. So I don't know at what point the dance team became cheerleaders too, but that's been kind of a thing for the last couple of years, and I always separated them in my mind, and now I really don't. It's really an interesting thing. Here it goes. 7 minutes, 23 seconds. Beta is going to hold on to this one, trying to get some blocking from right. Looks like defender got around right and grabbed onto Betez's jersey. Cavemen getting nothing out of that one. And I don't know, you kind of want to see some more pass attempts or handoffs to your studs on plays like that, especially on
that's
a tough spot.
That's who got us there, but yeah, this is a big 3rd down right here. We need to get, what is it, 10 yards just to get a 1st down.
Here comes the snap. Betez rolling out to his left. This one caught. That one by Eloy Lopez.
Short.
And he went down awkwardly, and we hope he gets up fine. He does. And he asks to get taken out, so he taps his helmet. We'll see if they can get him feeling right. Maybe went down with a cramp or something like that, but Cavemen now are gonna have to punt this away, so now we start to get into the even more pressure and Cavemen losing that window a little bit more. So the punt is caught on a fair catch, that one by number 4, Adrian Mora. And Hobbs is going to take over at the 44-yard line. So at the 44-yard line, Hobbs really has this game in their hands right now. They're in the driver's seat. They're up 2 points. The clock is really theirs to play with. 6 minutes. If they can run this thing out, you really put the Cavemen in a tough position, or just take the opportunity out of their hands completely.
Yeah, the defense is going to have to make something happen and get some stops, keep them from getting too many first downs.
Brock Beatty looking downfield.
Oh, he's going for it all right here.
Sees a guy wide open, overthrows him, and that is a big break for the Cavemen, as he was wide open by a mile. And again, they went with a smart choice there, throwing out Eloy Lopez, saying, hey, let's switch you off, keep each guy fresh as much as possible. Though we did see Lopez come out of the game kind of limping off, so he must have gotten whatever he needed taken care of, because he's walking and jogging just fine.
Well, he was beat by a lot on that one.
Yes, he was. So there's a nice play by number 8, Omarion Kennedy. And that's a first down for the Eagles. 5 minutes, 53 seconds as the clock continues to tick down. Every second is precious tonight, especially now. The handoff there, whistle blown and play stopped. So referee looked back at the wide receiver. They might say this is a false start. We'll see. On the offense, so 1st and 15. Cavemen, Ruben, that was one of the things we talked about, that Cavemen were doing so well in the first half, was their defense being able to capitalize on penalties. Right now, putting them back at first and 15. If you can make a couple of big plays here early, you really stick it to them for a deep pass. The only thing is, Hobbs, pretty dang good at the deep pass.
Yeah, for sure. There goes another run.
And Beatty able to break through a couple of tackles, sheds them pretty easily, and ends up with about 8 yards on the play. So 7 yards to go for the Eagles, 2nd and 7.
Well, that clock ticks away. 4:45 left in the ball game.
Second and 7, 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Beatty looking back to his sideline a couple of times, getting the play. Wide receivers, all of them are on go. Now an opportunity. This one's going to be a pass interference. It's going to be 15 yards for Hobbs, an easy first down. And that's one of the main targets for the Eagles. But again, I still get blown away by the fact I was looking at stats today, and that Beatty has the highest average yards receiving. And it seems to me like Justice French is the only wide receiver out there for Hobbs.
Yeah.
Still finds a way to get open.
Yeah, and he's running these long routes and comes back and then runs them again. And he's still beating the defender by 5 yards.
He wouldn't be doing the Anthony Richardson saying, hey, I'm tired, take me out. Beatty hands it off. Again, Kennedy has been a force for Hobbs, and there's really not said. I mean, Beatty and Kennedy has kept the threat of the passing game very relevant as he keeps finding French.
I'm going to say Beatty's going to run this one. What do you think?
Oh, I believe off, and Kennedy gets an easy first down, about 7 yards in total. It's going to be 1st and 10 at, I believe, like a little under the 11-yard line.
Hobbs is definitely running clock and running it well.
All right, so this one at the 11-yard line. 1st and 10. Hobbs with a chance to put this away, essentially. If they score here, the Cavemen would have to stop the extra point, go score, and get the 2-point conversion. And that could seal the deal there for tonight if the Cavemen don't make quick work on offense. Hard-fought battle on both sides. We'll see how it ends. But with 3 minutes remaining in this game, Hobbs leads 27-19. So right here, if the Cavemen cannot find a way to block, or I'm sorry, yeah, to block this extra point, game's over.
They need 2 scores, yeah.
All right, folks, it is good. So that is essentially the Cavemen season. We've got to hope for a miracle. They'd have to score within a couple of minutes, give an onside kick, and find themselves in a field goal opportunity. I mean, it's got to be immediate. Three minutes remaining. 28-19. The Cavemen came out. They had an opportunity to score 13 before Hobbs ever scored, right? Was it 13 or 10?
10, yeah.
10
Touchdown
before
yeah.
the Eagles ever scored. They ended up with just 7. And here's where that field goal really comes into play more than ever, right? I mean, you look at it being 22 right now to 28, and the Cavemen still in a great position to win this game, but we'll see what they can pull off. So the kickoff does go to Leos. He fakes the handoff back, and he's going to go real wide and get nowhere. Gets to the 10-yard line. And he's hit by number 4 on Hobbs, Adrian Mora. So Evan Leos walking off a little wobbly. Hope to see him be okay. He's accompanied by the training staff. So pretty quiet stadium anyways because of how many people didn't come back after the delay, but now it's quiet as it's ever been. 2 minutes, 53 seconds. Carlsbad's going to have to move the ball quickly. Keep their playoff hopes alive. Perez trying to go downfield. This one, a pass interference call here.
That ball wasn't even close.
I don't think that was a good
tough call. Well, too bad for the Cavemen that it doesn't get to be right there because we still got a long ways to go.
Exactly. So 15 yards here for the Cavemen. But, yeah, I mean, it felt like he did a good job of positioning himself in front. And there was no real opportunity for that ball to be caught. I don't feel like that was a pass interference. What do you're thinking the same? Two minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. Cavemen now have a 1st and 10 after that 15-yard penalty. Will Kaysen continue to throw deep? Cavemen gonna have to move it quickly. Again, Perez Moves around in the pocket, and this one falls incomplete. So it's going to be 2nd and 10. Clock is stopped. Both teams have 3 timeouts each. And what a game it has been tonight. And of course, the dreadful delay put a damper on tonight, without a doubt. All right, so Perez has one back in the backfield. He's looking like he's going to go out for a pass. It's going to be a heavy passing quarter for the Cavemen. And again, they get the ball to, they get the pass off, but it's only a couple of yards. That one to number 23, Jaden Harper. So Harper has not had a lot of receptions this year, but he came into play there, got about a yard for the Cavemen. But clock is ticking. Not a lot of sense of urgency here from the offense. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Perez has it back with him. Receiver on the right side, 3 on the left. He's got Brock Wright. He's going to get open a little bit and gets the first down and some. About 15 yards there for Brock Wright, and a minute 57 on the clock. So Cavemen definitely trying to score, but not. Here comes the hurry up. Now we're getting a little bit more hurry.
Yeah, that clock is rolling again, so Hobbs won't mind giving them first downs as long as they keep that clock running.
So there again, Perez with another pass attempt, but this one knocked away. Going to stop the clock at a minute 41. So if the Cavemen somehow come out with this win, they're in the playoffs. But if they don't, they're on the outside, like I said, looking in. Right now on Max Preps, looking at 14th overall seed in 6A. 12 teams get in. I mean, you'd have to have hope for a miracle. Maybe some other teams take some bad losses or something, and you can squeeze in. But
and a strength of schedule might, bump you up or something. But yeah, it'll be tough.
Throughout the year, what would you say? Oregon Mountain the toughest loss, or Lovington?
For sure. No, I would say Oregon Mountain because they weren't considered the better team.
So Perez again trying to make that pass, running to his right, and this one out of bounds, so incomplete. So 3rd and 10 for the Cavemen. A minute 34. Not much left in this game to do a whole lot if you're the Cavemen, especially down by 2 scores. Eagles 28, Cavemen 19. Perez throws it over the top. This one to Hernandez. Hernandez makes the play and gets about 7 yards on it. Minute 24, and the Cavemen are going to take a timeout. All right, guys, we're going to take a... No, we won't take a break. Let's go ahead and get back into it. Ruben, if the Eagles advance to 6-4, right now they are ranked, what do you think, like 10th maybe?
I don't know. I don't know how it would bump them unless somebody ahead of them loses that weren't expected to or something.
Well, New Mexico ranks, so that would include, Roswell and Artesia and stuff like that. So I'm actually off on that. We'll have to look to see what they stack up against the other teams just in 6A.
Yeah.
Well, if this is the final game for the Cavemen, Perez left his mark
for sure
in a big way. Castaneda got a couple of records as well.
And who's coming back next
And
year?
he'll be back next year.
Hernandez will be back. Lopez will be back. They've got a lot of receiving core that'll be
Bettis has tons of pressure, and he gets sacked there. And that's going to do it for the Cavemen. Bettis was looking everywhere to see if he could find anybody open.
back. Yeah, that's a tough one because you definitely know that everybody's covering because they know they've got to throw a long pass. You know what I mean? So
Right.
there's not like many options.
So the Cavemen game's going to end here unless the Cavemen use their timeouts. Ruben, if you're Coach Sanders, do you use your timeouts and just stop it or just let it finish
there's no
out?
reason for it. With a minute 17,
Yeah.
you can't do anything. Except
So a
in
minute
fact, these guys should
17.
just put a knee. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah, well, that's what I would have expected from them, but to see if they just kind of mess
Looks
with
like
them
that's what they're
and
gonna
call
do.
a timeout.
No,
No,
maybe
they're
not.
going to run it. And maybe they think, hey, you run it, you take a few seconds off there, and then the clock runs, as opposed to snapping and
Yeah.
kneeling it. But
Yeah, so it's basically the same thing. They did call a timeout.
okay, so Cavemen are going to use their final 2 timeouts. I mean, if they turn the ball over, best case scenario for the Cavemen in this particular situation, I would say maybe they get the ball back with 25 seconds, maybe.
Yeah,
And then
and
you
still
just
have
can't
to have two scores.
So a tough night there for the Cavemen, a tough loss. Good, hard-fought game. Cavemen defense did really well tonight, especially in the first half. I mean, it's crazy to think that going into the second quarter, Hobbs hadn't scored. They came off of a 56-point game and a 63-point game back-to-back, and you hold them to 0 in the first quarter. So that says something, but first down for Hobbs here is definitely going to do it. So number 21, Seamus Wright, gets the carry on that one. And unless he was pushed out of bounds, which I thought he had gone down inbounds. Yes, he did. So clock is running now inside the 1-minute mark. Ruben, a beautiful night in between or around the storm.
Yeah. Yeah, and we didn't really see the storm. All we saw was
No.
lightning, so that just affects, you almost want to see rain where they got to play in the rain and stuff like that instead of the lightning, but I guess we can't control that kind of stuff.
33 seconds here, and now the Eagles will be kneeling it. But the Cavemen calling a timeout, and I'll be honest, I don't know why.
Yeah.
Do you? I mean,
I guess you just use up your time. These guys were already going on the field to tell them good game, but yeah, I guess you just do it because you have it. But
yeah, I mean, Cavemen squad just lining up, ready to go and shake hands. So we'll finish out this one, last 23 seconds. Guys, we want to thank you for following the Cavemen with us this season. I think we were able to do 6 games in total. And, without you guys, we wouldn't be able to make that happen. Tonight's broadcast brought to you by United Property Management, Bertha Norris. Call her at 575-725-1858. If you're interested in having your property managed, give her a call today. Players back out on the field for the final play. We appreciate all of you that go over to YouTube and subscribe. Means a lot. We'll have some more projects coming soon. But for now, plenty more podcasts to come. We have a few scheduled with the cheer, dance, and soccer athletes on this upcoming week. So be on the lookout for that. More to come. Ruben, any words for this final game of the season?
Look forward to basketball coming up next, and going to do boys and girls games, and We appreciate all the listeners and followers and everybody else.
All right, guys, get some rest. I know I will. Have a good night.